back in 3D and have the ability to talk and see and, just be with each other again. So we are very thankful. I am told that next month, perhaps, we will be back in our home, although we are very grateful to the Patrick Henry folks for allowing us to use this space in the interim. But all very much good forward progress. We also, as you know, met here yesterday, moved a lot of things forward. Thanks to all of you who have joined us here and those who are watching on the live stream on YouTube from across the Commonwealth. For our YouTube watchers, the chat feature is disabled as it is not monitored by staff. The best way to contact the board, as always, is via email at boe@doe.virginia.gov. A couple quick announcements. For those of you who watch us routinely, you know we've got a few new members. I'd like to first welcome Dr. Robertson to his first in-person meeting of the board. We're pleased to have you as a member. Anthony Swan, Teacher of the Year. Our other new board member couldn't be with us today. He recently got married and is currently on his honeymoon. I will say we did have a talk with him about priorities, and it didn't work out exactly the way I thought it would. Yeah, it's funny how you can guilt your kids, but you can't guilt, school board member or Board of Ed members. Dr. Duran, as most of you know, is a superintendent in Arlington. They are holding their graduation ceremonies today, and so he couldn't be with us either. New name tags, as long as we're going through announcements. Formerly, Ms. Pamela Davis-Vaught is now Dr. Pamela Davis-Vaught, having defended her dissertation on teacher resilience in high-poverty elementary schools in Southwest Virginia. I guess open paren, Highland View, closed paren, or maybe not. Okay, and we have a wedding coming up, and I've been given permission to announce this. In fact, the phrase was, "You may shout it from the rooftops," which is a very cool thing and very nice. Dr. Pexton is getting married on Sunday, and will return. We'll return next month.
My priorities in the right place.
Dr. Anderson. I do keep score. Mr. Swan is in trouble. He will, Lord knows what committees he'll be assigned to today as punishment for this. You always ought to show up. All right, and I guess in honor of our first in-person meeting in a while, we have been graced with the presence of the Commonwealth Secretary of Education, Atif Carney. Not quite yet, Atif. I got to roast you first. Yeah. Atif or Secretary Carney, has, come to say a few words in greeting. I will say, since the retirement or announced retirement of Secretary Lane, Atif is now the funniest cabinet secretary. And I hope, we look. Yeah, we have. We look forward to your comments. Atif, welcome.
Good morning, everyone. It's so great to be back in person. The energy level is great, and certainly this is the hardest working board, Mr. President, but in my opinion, it's also the best working board. So I really appreciate you all and your leadership throughout the pandemic. And thank you for everything that everyone else in the room does. It's been a tough 15, 16 months, but we are finally kind of getting towards the end of the pandemic. We still have ways to go, but it does feel really good. I'm just so excited. Dr. President, thank you for your leadership. Congratulations.
Thank you.
For the big moment. I'm so excited. My son is graduating today at PDG. Very excited. I know we have some other folks whose children are graduating. So it's really exciting to get back to in-person graduation as well. And I also want to recognize throughout the day we'll have governor's fellows who work with us in the governor's office throughout the summer. So we're still in the room right now, and they'll be coming in and out. If you have any finance, say hi. And we have somebody from education who, Avion, is going to be going into the first year teacher at Goochland in high school, right?
Yeah, that's great.
Sitting back there or something, really Rebrand the government college program, so what we're saying, do a good dollars or government fees, what is I told you and
I will say it would have if I had told it not to.
So that, the president of the board always does this, funny relationships. So really bad times goes, so he always comes back and helps me out and cleans it up. But the main reason I'm here, I'm here to see you all, but the main reason I'm really here is to, I know that you are going to be here, and having to, just wanted to say, on the bottom of my heart, thank you so much. You have dedicated your life to the Commonwealth and to education. Patty has been a great friend and mentor the last 3.5 years. I can't tell you how many teachers on a daily, on a weekly basis reach out, whether they're entering the profession or whether they're continuing their profession. There's so many issues to deal with, and Patty is the warmest, kindest person and figuring out a solution, no matter how complicated the situation is. And I'm just so excited that you enter your next stage of your life and spend quality time with Martha, your graduation from grandbaby, and another very exciting. But thank you so much. Let's just give her a big Thank you, everyone. I want to, before I turn it over to President, I want to say thank you to the board. You all have done a tremendous amount of work. The last 3.5 years has been really amazing. Working with the department, working with the board of education, we've accomplished so much with your leadership. And I really appreciate that. And I know you all are taking on bigger and better projects. So I just want to say thank you so much to each and every one of you. I know from the governor, myself, and Deputy Secretary of Education, Kathy Berger, who's here as well. It really means a lot. We have to really have you guiding us and helping us think through all the complicated issues and providing great solutions to help so many.
Let me just say out there before you step down. First of all, on the serious vein of this, in the last 15 months, we can't thank you enough for the leadership shown and the cooperation shown, and frankly, the consideration of the board shown by you and your office and the governor's office. This has been, everybody uses the unprecedented word. I honestly don't know if it is truly unprecedented. Certainly in our lifetimes, it's unprecedented to have gone through an experience like this. And the ability to frankly, just pick up the phone and call you or have you call me about issues that are important and to figure out to chart a course forward. It certainly would have been well within your purview to just kick the board basically to the side during the last 15 months and, have the executive branch do what it wanted to do in a vacuum. And we appreciate the courtesy and the consideration of having involved us in the decision-making process as the Commonwealth moved forward. Second, we view the most important work of this board as how do we move the education of our children forward in the Commonwealth. I've now been around long enough to have seen, different styles of leadership coming from the executive branch. Yours has allowed this board to do the work we wanted to do in the context of equity and moving every child forward. And, I can't overstate how much the leadership coming from the top matters when it comes to policy boards like ours. We don't operate in a vacuum. There is a political side to everything we do, and there's a resource side to everything we do. And you, through James and the department, have provided the resources we need in order to move what we believe the most important aspects of our work forward. And we are truly grateful for that. And since you mentioned Patty, I was going to do it a little bit later. There is no doubt that, I am in awe of somebody who has spent their life, bettering the education system in the Commonwealth. There is no higher calling, and, would have talked about this a little bit later with the resolution, but since Atif opened the door, when I joined the board, you were the first to greet and the first to sort of bring me into the fold and say, here's how things go. You've got friends here. We can make things happen. And so I'm especially grateful to you for what you did in terms of my role on this board. But we'll get more to that a little bit later. In any event, thanks. I hope you enjoy your graduation today. Well earned, and your trips to San Diego. Yeah. You may. Yeah, come on, be nice. Yeah, that one did. Yeah. Governor's keeps not so much. This one did. Okay. But thanks to you, and of course to James and to the governor for what you've allowed us to do. And we look forward to continuing to move the agenda forward this year. You can already see in the politics of the day how different pieces and parts of what we do get played in different ways. From my perspective, the role of the board is to continue to do the work and continue to, as I said, make educational outcomes better for all children in the Commonwealth. And that's what we're going to do today and next time, and move it on through. So thanks again, Atif, and thank you for taking the time to be here. To the governor's fellows, you sort of come at a unusual meeting. We haven't been together in a long time, and there's a little bit of giddiness here, which is a good thing. One of the takeaways, if I were in your position, would be just how important it is for people to get together and talk about important issues. This is not a case where any of us get to drive the agenda ourselves. This is a case where everybody, and not just the board members, but staff and the hierarchy, the political hierarchy, all weighs in to chart a course forward. But the importance of in-person meetings should not be underestimated. It is really critical for people to see each other face to face, and to get the read and to compromise where appropriate and to hold their ground where appropriate. Thank both of you for being here, and particularly thankful that you're going into an education career. We appreciate that an awful lot. And I think that covers the initial comments. So if you guys want to, that is Kathy and Atif, if you want to duck out, you may gracefully now. Yes, but you're welcome to stay, of course. No, that's fine. Okay. Before we move into the full agenda, I'd like to make an edit to or a change to today's agenda related to item I. At the request of staff, we're going to defer item I to the July agenda. I hope all of you have had a chance to read the minutes from the April 20 to 22 meetings of the board. If so, is there a motion to approve the minutes as written or to amend them?
So moved.
To approve, I'm assuming, Dr. Mann.
Approve, yes.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, resolutions of recognition. Dr. Wilson.
President Gecker, members of the board, good morning. It's my distinct honor to recognize, we have something first, sorry.
Hey, Patty. I just wanted to say congratulations on your retirement. Congratulations, Patty.
The lessons and skills and supports that you've offered to so many of us.
I just want to personally thank Patty Pitts for all that she has done for me personally.
Wishing you all the best from Salem City Schools.
I can always go to her and she had the answers.
I was always impressed with the manner in which you treated people, your generosity, your gracious spirit.
Thank you so much for the over 30 years that you gave your time.
We miss that your work ethic and your helpfulness and willing to serve will never be forgotten.
Hey, Maddie, first and foremost, congratulations on an incredible career.
Patty,
there's so much I could say in things that I've learned from you or things that I remember, but I want to say thank you for everything that you've provided me, guidance, leadership.
I could not let the day go by without giving a huge shout out to Patty Pitts.
Greetings, Patty, and best wishes again on a terrific retirement, a well-earned retirement at that.
Is perhaps the most caring and thoughtful person I have ever met.
Hi, Patty. I wanted to congratulate you on your retirement and promotion to being a grandmother. I'm very excited for you.
Hey, Patty, congratulations on your retirement.
Just want to congratulate you on a career in education.
It's so cool to work with somebody who has had a huge impact on so many teachers and on public education.
I think the most important lesson that I have learned from Patty Kids is how to be a hard worker.
It's my honor, Patty, to join those on the video and others who've already expressed their thanks to you on behalf of the board. I have a number of prepared remarks, and they are lengthy, but I really feel like the comments that we heard here, the brief snippets, really encapsulate all that Patty is. If you all will indulge me, I will share a bit more in detail about her background, about the path she's taken, and the specific impact she's had. So Patty, if you don't mind. As you know, Patty is retiring after 46 years of public service to the Virginia Department of Education and in fact to the Commonwealth. Patty's service to the department began in 1975 while she was still a student at Verina High School as a clerk stenographer in the Department of Film Production and Telecommunication Services. After graduating from VCU, Patty continued her service along an upward and inspiring path that included numerous position changes, promotions, and titles before being selected as Assistant Superintendent of Teacher Education and Licensure in 2007. Mrs. Pitts, as you've heard, is known across the Commonwealth as a knowledgeable, responsive, compassionate, and service-minded leader who has devoted her energy, her capabilities, and her time to ensuring that our public schools and students achieve excellence and that our educators satisfy the licensure requirements and possess the content knowledge they need to provide quality instruction to the children of Virginia. During her 14 years as assistant superintendent, Mrs. Pitts delivered extraordinary service, guidance, and leadership to division superintendents, partners in higher education, colleagues at the department, and stakeholders in the field to promote excellence. She guided and facilitated the activities and meetings of the Advisory Board on Teacher Education and Licensure. We know it as ABTEL. Patty participated in and marshaled numerous recognition programs, including Virginia's Teacher of the Year program and the Milken Family Foundation Educator Awards program, to honor and celebrate teachers for the important role they play in the growth and development of our children. She's worked closely with staff at the DOE and partners in other U.S. states and territories in the areas of teacher preparation and licensure and discipline of license holders to promote highly qualified teachers, administrators, and other license holders to ensure safe learning environments for students throughout the Commonwealth. Patty has contributed countless hours and considerable talent to numerous initiatives. My tongue is tied this morning, Patty. Regulatory actions and projects to serve the department, the board, and teachers and students of Virginia. And she's provided that knowledge, support, and technical assistance to the governor, to the Secretary of Education, to the Superintendent of Public Instruction, to the General Assembly on countless pieces of legislation and appropriation acts. Her voice has been heard. During her tenure as Assistant Superintendent, Patty has supported, mentored, and assisted all staff in the Department of Teacher Education and Licensure, whom she regarded and treated warmly, respectfully, and generously, just like family. Throughout her 46 years of public service at the VDOE, Patty has served with dedication, enthusiasm, and integrity. Patty, we thank you for your tireless devotion, your dedication, your vision, and the professional manner in which you've served this board and others, the department, and public education. We extend our best wishes, our heartfelt thanks for your well-deserved retirement. We do hope you will spend a good amount of time with your family and with your beautiful granddaughter, Margot. Love that name. On behalf of the Virginia Board of Education, I would like to present you with a resolution of appreciation. We are immensely grateful to you, Patty, for your service to the board, for your service to the department, for your service to the Commonwealth, but more importantly, for your service to the children of Virginia. Please join me.
Thank you all so much. I said I wasn't going to cry, but I've already done that. But thank you for your very kind remarks. I certainly appreciate it. As a 17-year-old senior at Brown High School, who only needed 2 courses to graduate, but I wanted to graduate with my class. I didn't want to graduate early. A teacher said to me, "There's a position at the Department of Education, and I will take you there, and you can apply for that position, and you can go to school and finish your couple of classes, and then you can work at the department." Knowing that I was going to need to support myself through college, that sounded like a great idea. I was hired on the spot that day. Never could I have imagined what journey that would have brought me to at this point. What I would do is I would schedule my classes in the morning and at night, and in the afternoons during college, I would come down and work in the Department of Education. So now you do know the rest of my story. My service at the Department of Education has just been incredible. Working with at the Department of Education is a privilege and an honor. The last 46 years have been made possible through the support of the leadership of the Department of Education, my colleagues at the Department of Education, many of whom are here today, and I appreciate your being here, and especially the wonderful and dedicated staff members with whom I have had the privilege of working in teacher education and licensure. They are a hard-working, wonderful group of individuals who I absolutely love as family. I really do look forward to the next chapter in my life. The highlight of my life has been my new granddaughter, Margot, who's 9 months old. But unfortunately, they don't live in the area. So they live in Atlanta. So I do want to spend more time with her, and certainly that was the impetus for my retirement. I think if it hadn't been for her, I would have kept on going, but seeing that little smile, I just have to be with her. I take with me many wonderful memories and cherished friendships. But I leave with you best wishes for the future. Thank you. And I am really happy about retirement. Thank you. It's just hard to leave good friends, and I appreciate all you've said. And I will say, this is the first time in my life that I presented to the Board of Education in tennis shoes because I broke my ankle a week ago. So you have to forgive me, but I guess if you're retired, you can wear tennis shoes, right? Thank you so much. And thank you to the board members. President Gecker, you've been such a true friend. Thank you, Dr. Lane. Thank you to all the board members and my colleagues who were here today. This journey would not have been possible without you, and I appreciate all you've done for me. And thank you so much for the wonderful send-off today. And I will be watching in the wings occasionally and wish you the very best. Thanks.
I'll be right here. Yeah, I can kind of group in.
Just don't get feet.
We can kind of scooch in closer, a little bit more.
Maybe better sit.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Patty, I'm told pretty reliably that watching our meetings can put anybody to sleep. So when the baby has trouble, we'll send you a tape.
Mr. Kicker, if anybody wants to add a word.
Okay. I know some members of the board would also like to say a few things. Ms. Holton.
Thank you. Not to belabor the point, but Patty, the one thing I'll add is when I moved into the higher ed world a few years ago, more fully, and I already knew, obviously, of your enormous impact and reputation within the department and within the K-12 world. But when I got to higher ed, working in a school of education, and questions would come up routinely, and people would say, well, has anybody talked to Patty Pitts? Can Patty help us fix this? What's Patty have to say? And to learn that in the higher ed world, your reputation as a fixer and a solutions-oriented partner, it at least matches your reputation in the divisions. And it's really quite extraordinary. And the only other thing I wanted to say is I knew you'd been here a long time, but when I heard 46, I thought, how could that be true? You've worked here for 46 years. You look and sound and are still so young. And thank you for sharing how you started at 17, because wow, that does explain. I said, you must have started very young. And yes, you did. And that kind of constancy of service, we just don't see a lot, that kind of commitment and work ethic and devotion. And it's an inspiration to us all. Thank you.
Okay. We are very pleased to resume in-person public comment this morning. As always, we will continue to accept written public comment to the board's inbox, boe@doe.virginia.gov. Before we get started, I'd like to review the guidelines for public comment. Speakers will be recognized in the order in which the request was received. Speakers must limit their remarks to a maximum of 3 minutes each. An audible signal will be given when a speaker's time limit has expired. When your time is up, please close your remarks promptly. Please provide your name and affiliation at the beginning of your remarks, and speakers may provide copies of their comments, and you may email a copy of your remarks to Emily Webb, Director of Board Relations, after you finish speaking. So is there anybody who would like to speak to the board this morning? Boy, after 15 months, I thought there'd be a lot of pent-up demand, but I guess I got this one wrong entirely. All right, we move on to the consent agenda. Is there a motion to either adopt the consent agenda as written or to remove an item for discussion?
President Gecker, I move to accept the consent agenda as printed.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. Is there a second? Second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we will move on, and thank you. We'll move on to the action and discussion items. Item E, final review of guidelines for practice year 1 of early childhood unified measurement and improvement system. Jenna Conway. Ms. Conway? Good morning.
That is a hard act to follow, Ms. Pitts.
Ms. Conway, I'm sorry. Dr. Lane has politely asked if he could make an announcement before you begin.
And I know we talked about some of the new titles, and again, congratulations to Dr. Davis-Vaughn. But Jenna's going to have a new title in just 2 weeks, and I wanted to notify the board. In the General Assembly's budget, they did give us funding for a deputy superintendent to lead the early childhood work, and I'm pleased to announce that Jenna was selected as the deputy superintendent. She will start in that role on July 1, and so transitioning from her role as Chief School Readiness Officer and officially come to the light side. Just kidding. But, but Jenna, congratulations and welcome even more formally to the department. The leadership that you've shown as school Chief School Readiness Officer has been incredible, and your background even before you came to Virginia and in Virginia clearly made you the top candidate, and we're so excited to have you. Thank you.
And based upon today's precedent, you can retire in 2067. Welcome.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you. I'm very, very, very pleased. I'm also quite impressed of the pictures taken this morning. All of you looked at the camera and smiled, which was far better accomplishment than my 3 children on their last day of virtual school, for which they miserably failed to both look at the camera and smile. But we do have documentation. So thank you, Dr. Lane. Thank you, Mr. Gecker. Thank you, Dr. Wilson. I am pleased to be here in person. It is wonderful to see you all, and there's a lot of exciting things happening in early childhood, and certainly my new appointment is emblematic of that. Very pleased to be here today. What I would like to do today, I feel so nervous on this presenting in person, is to present to you for final review and approval our guidelines for practice year 1 of Virginia's new Unified Measurement and Improvement System. As a reminder, I'll kind of start with vision, what we're trying to achieve together, and then I'll just go through the who, what, where, when, and why. As we talked last month, the last time we were together, about the nuts and bolts, and really wanted to be sure, and he's not here today, but I believe Dr. Duran said the devil's in the details, and wanted to articulate for the board how prepared we are to implement this, really starting in 2 weeks. So as a step back, just as a reminder, and we've certainly experienced this in the last 16 months, we know that our current system doesn't equitably offer every child opportunity in the Commonwealth. We know that just under half of our kids don't have the opportunity to come to school ready, and yet we know something that works, and that's quality early childhood care and education. But too few children, particularly our Black and brown children, our children in low-income households, our children with special needs or identified delays, our children in English language learner households don't have that same opportunity or that access to the early childhood care and education that helps prepare them for kindergarten. So we as a board and as a department, as a broader early childhood community, have to do something about that. What we propose is that we help build the infrastructure for a system that provides more children with access to those quality experiences. We have to fund toddlers and preschoolers across our family day homes, childcare, Head Start, and school-based classrooms. We then need to find a fair and reasonable way to measure that and to support the educators who do incredible work and who in particular in the last year have just been heroes and sheroes on the front line of supporting us throughout this pandemic. And then we really need to make sure this is a measurement and improvement system with a real emphasis on supporting our educators, supporting our leaders as we move forward. It's also a law, so not only is it the right thing to do, but it's also Virginia law. Again, just a reminder that we have some time, as our notable First Lady who's appeared in the background says, some grace period to make sure that we are bringing everybody on board and supporting every educator in the system, particularly as we respond to the pandemic. So the law requires this to be in place, and we have to have everybody on board by the fall of 2023. And we have 2 years to practice. So what you are approving today is for practice year 1, and really around kind of making sure that folks understand the expectations and receive that support to be the best that they can be. It's also to be noted that this is required, or as I like to say, non-optional for programs that take public dollars. So if you, and this is across the array of settings, so if it's a childcare operated in somebody's home, and that provider has decided to take public dollars, a child care center in a center, for-profit or nonprofit, in a faith-based preschool, Head Start, early Head Start in schools. So it's an option if you take public, to take public dollars, and if you do take those public dollars, which means by design you're serving our most vulnerable kids and families, then you'll need to be a part of the system. Wanted to give you a progress update on where we are. So we've done a lot of engagement. Chris Myers on our team has spoken on evenings and Saturdays, has done meetings with sort of nearly 20 different groups. In addition to our Early Childhood Advisory Committee, we've twice posted online, done several statewide webinars. We are really trying to make sure, particularly knowing that everybody's dealing with a global pandemic, has an understanding of what's coming, and that we are using that feedback to actually make changes. And I spoke last time around sort of specific changes that we got, recommendations we got from the Early Childhood Advisory Committee, as well as from practitioners in the field. And we are using that feedback to strengthen and improve the system. So what does this look like in practice year 1? And I want to kind of come back to the board and make sure we're clear on sort of where is this happening, who is it occurring for, what does it mean? So these are the communities, and they'll receive just over $5 million this year to implement the practice year. So those are resources that go directly to communities to make sure that educators receive training before they are observed, to make sure that the state is paying for these observations, and to begin align those supports for the educators. As you'll see, we cover about 80% of the state, 83% of the state right now. We will, and we are already working to make sure that we can bring the rest of the state on board by this time next year. These are, you'll see yet another acronym here, but these are the preschool development grant birth to 5 communities, which means that for the vast majority of the communities that you see up here, this isn't their first year. So folks like Dr. Mann and others have been working on this for the greater part of 2 years, have been doing some of these observations, providing some of this foundational training. This is we're bringing on more and more providers. We're starting to kind of cover that Tidewater region now, but we still got some gaps on the shore and in Northern Virginia. And as I said earlier, we are going to work to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to practice for practice year 2. But we have 4 out of 5 communities right now. As a reminder, when you sort of think, so we've got all of those communities, we've got the kind of array of settings across that. The core thing that we're going to be measuring across those communities is looking at 2 nationally recognized important elements down to the classroom level. So we'll look at interactions between the educators and children in an age-appropriate way for infants, toddlers, and preschool classrooms, as well as mixed-age classrooms, and we'll look at the use of curriculum. We'll use a nationally regarded tool, the class system of measures. It looks at interactions, it looks at the warmth and responsiveness of our classrooms or our settings. It looks at how the educators support behaviors, how they respond to the needs of children, how they provide a variety of instructional formats, and then it looks at how they provide age-appropriate instruction. It can be used with any curriculum, and again, this was developed for infants, toddlers, and preschoolers, so it's very age-appropriate and developmentally appropriate. We also know from the national research that children in classrooms that score higher on this measure learn and grow more. And so it's a good proxy for an experience that is truly supporting children to learn, develop, and thrive. And as I shared with you last time, we also know from Virginia that educators find this useful. So it's really important that they understand what it's measuring and why, how it connects to kids' learning and development. And we want to make sure that $5 million will help support to make sure that the educators understand that before they're observed and that they receive the supports. But if they do receive that training and that understanding, nearly all of them say that this is good for kids, this is good for infants, this is good for toddlers, this is good for preschoolers. And we know, and we brought to you our early learning development standards, which are comprehensive and look at social, emotional, literacy, math, arts. We also know that not all of our classrooms right now are using curriculum. And so a real emphasis in the next year to support our classrooms to begin to intentionally plan and deliver activities that support children's learning and development. This walks through how we will calculate the ratings. Again, these will be private ratings that we just share with programs. And the key point to note here, and I reflected this change last time, is that we changed some of the language in response to the field and really focused it on the practice year. So saying if you did very, very well, that you exceed the practice year expectations. We expect that most programs will meet practice year expectations. Initially, we had identified those programs in which had sort of lower scores as needs improvement. And then we really heard from the field that wasn't the right frame. That wasn't the right way to communicate that, because folks have been working around the clock on the front line, putting their lives on the line, that it wouldn't be appropriate to say that, but it would be better to say, these are the folks we should prioritize for needing support. And so we've made that change, and that will be the group as we get the data in this year that we will prioritize for providing support. What we expect, and what I should say, having supported this tool for several years, is that if you're scoring low overall, it's probably an emotional climate in that classroom that we want to almost like SWAT team in on and really support that educator, right? Like if there's friction and tension, if there's real behavioral challenges in the classroom, that the children's behavior is challenging to the adults, if the adults are extremely stressed, that's the place we want to get to first. And we have added resources to our array of professional development supports to be able to support. It's something called mental health consultation, but an intensive coaching program to be able to support our educators who are very stressed and where there's a lot of tension in that kind of emotional climate in the classroom that you don't want for our littlest learners. One of the key questions that has come up from this group, so we'll go out and we'll measure our infant, toddler, and preschool classrooms in 80% of the state. That will start in September. We will make sure that folks get foundational training. We'll do a fall and spring observation. We'll ask folks whether they're using curriculum. We'll give them until the spring, and we're looking at kind of free and no-cost curriculum options now to again, all in the spirit of learning or practice. But we are making a significant investment in our community. So I know one of the concerns is like, hey, I just opened the paper last week, right? There's a childcare staffing crisis. There's all these things. Like, is this the right time to be doing it? And we think it is, one, because we need to be able to address the social emotional needs of our littlest learners, and because we're able to put two real resources towards this. So this just sums that we've been able to increase the rate of funding, and we'll come back to you probably with additional adjustments to the child care subsidy rate. We're able to put real investments in professional development, training and coaching to build out curricular and other support mechanisms. And the thing that we are most pleased about is we've been able to increase the amount for the educator incentive. So you might remember last time that I spoke with you about an educator incentive. So any educator who works at a family day home or child care center that takes public funds and is part of this measurement and improvement effort receives now, as of this year and going forward, a $2,000 annual direct incentive. It comes out in 3 payments so that it can kind of, you don't have to wait till the end of the year. And what we found when we studied this in Northern Virginia, that it significantly reduced turnover. So it's really a win for everybody. It's a win for the leader of the site or the provider. It's a win for the educator. when we did a survey of these educators and they reported back, I mean, most of them are using this to pay for like essential needs, right? It was just it gave them just a huge sense of relief. And it helps sort of reduce turnover, which if we're making this big investment in professional development and coaching and curriculum, we really don't want to see that walk out the door for her to go work at Target or Walmart or in fast food. We want to keep her there working with, we made this investment in her and and it makes a big difference for kids as well, right? They learn in the context of relationships. So that's a very exciting recent update that, again, this is up to $2,000 or roughly $1 an hour for all of our educators who are participating in the Practice Year 1. This gives you a sense of the timeline. So just to kind of ground you, we start in 2 weeks. We've already begun. We did a technical assistance with our field partners last week, and by the fall, we'll be starting to do the observations, getting the feedback to educators, and then we'll have data, which we will bring back to this group when I present to you at this time next year about plans for Practice Year 2, and use that to continue to shape the system. And just lots of words on this slide, but just really wanted to emphasize that we know that communication matters right now. We know that relationships matter. And so we're taking a set of steps to really make sure that folks understand what's going on. I often think, and Dr. Mann, I know, has worked with incredible family day homes in her community. And these are folks who can't check their email in the middle of the day because they have small children, right? They need to feed them and they need a nap. And oftentimes you'll see them, on their phones at nap time being, I got to figure out what I got to do, all the catch up, all the communication with parents. And so we kind of keep those folks in mind when we think about what are the resources that our programs need to be successful. So we're doing office hours with our community providers. We've done a technical assistance session. I think it was 6 hours over Zoom. We'll do an orientation with our new communities later this month. We're doing a guidebook for communities and a guide for the site level. We plan to do that in English and in Spanish. All of our providers are able to communicate in English, but we also know if we want to support their understanding, that offering it in their native language can help promote that understanding. We are updating Link B5, which is our system for capturing this information to make it more user-friendly and to make it easier for teachers to register for the incentive. And we are supporting and paying for a lot of training, including training on the nights and weekends to make sure that we can reach educators who are extremely busy during the day. As we've heard from our directors with the child care staffing crisis, they're like, I'm teaching right now. So the only time I might have a break is on the nights and weekends. And thinking about how we, again, can provide some resources to our communities so they can use things to provide stipends to those folks who are going above and beyond the call of duty. So a lot happening this summer into the fall, but really trying to strategically use some of these relief dollars to make sure that there's not out-of-pocket costs for our providers and educators. I believe that is the summary of my presentation. So with that, on behalf of the superintendent, seek approval for the guidelines for Practice Year 1 of Virginia's Unified Measurement and Improvement System. One last thing I should note, which is not in my presentation because this is hot off the presses, saying Virginia's Unified Measurement and Improvement System 5 times fast is nearly impossible. And so we are suggesting and have had positive feedback from the field on using VQB5. So we talk about Link B5 and PDG B5. So it's the Virginia's Quality Measurement and Improvement System for birth to 5, and shortly in short form known as VQB5, which is much easier to say and a much better acronym than UMIS or UMIS.
Say it again, VQ.
VQB5.
VQB5. Just rolls off the tongue.
I don't know. I tell you, I was going to vote to approve till you asked us to do the acronym. So. All right. Any questions? Dr. Wilson.
Ms. Conway, thank you so much, and appreciate all the work that you and your team are doing to support those in the field. You mentioned here on this slide, and you've mentioned before, the technical assistance that you all have been providing, or availability calls, and then the weekly office hours. I wonder if you were to identify maybe the top 1 or 2 questions or issues that folks are bringing up during those times?
tends to be pretty seasonal, depend on kind of what the debates are. The big challenge right now, I think, is around as folks return to in-person, how to make sure that these observations feel supportive, which I know, right, and sort of thinking through the safety protocols. Obviously, it's a rapidly changing, like even I was walking today, mask, not mask, right? So helping folks sort of think through what that will look like this fall, and how to help educators kind of be prepared for somebody, kind of coming into their classroom again and observing them. We heard a lot of positivity from folks who did the observations last year in terms of like, it was so isolating to kind of be an educator last year. And so it was really nice to get that feedback, but the how matters so much, right? And so really making sure that folks have that foundational training, they understand what the class is, that they kind of understand who's going to come to observe and when they can expect that feedback are the kind of the key pieces right now. We are also want to do a better job on communicating the incentive program. So people have really appreciated it, but we've had some changes. If you'll remember, a year ago, the budget got allotted and then unallotted, and so there was some back and forth. And we know that the incentive can work better if folks understand it. So that's our other focus on this summer, and making sure that people understand, okay, there's this incentive, and hopefully we want to communicate even from last year into this year, because it's just, we just continue to hear, and I'm sure you've seen in the headlines, there's just real childcare staffing challenges right now. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Ms. Holton?
Yes, thank you. Congratulations, and thank you for your continued and elevated service to the Commonwealth children. A couple of questions. So the $2,000 annual incentive is obviously everything dependent on General Assembly funding, but the intention is that is a permanent, ongoing, system-wide. It's not a short-term, one-time, or limited time bonus.
So that is what we are trying to structure right now. We do have the state dollars, right? So that's now baked into the base of the budget, and then we are supplementing it with federal dollars. We are working and we're doing some analysis this summer to figure out what the kind of the post-relief package would look like and what percentage of that would be state versus federal. But the goal would be, as I say, up until the point that those educators are on par with some of their peers in schools, we think the state, it really makes sense to make that investment directly in teachers.
So I hear you. But figuring out the funding is
we are
ongoing.
Definitely good for the next 2 years. It's kind of, and part of what's really important, and I know I haven't done a great job of connecting these dots, but part of what's so critical that this board has responsibility for the Child Care and Development Block Grant, right? So we've talked about licensing. You'll help set policy now going forward after July 1st for how we set rates and eligibility for the child care program, right? So you can kind of set these on par, state preschool and child care subsidy. It also means that you all have oversight of the dollars that are called the quality set aside dollars, right? And the federal government requires us to put aside dollars to invest directly in quality. And this could be one of those things that if we see that it continues to work, that we might want to make a more permanent investment. And we can use those state dollars as match. So it was really important that you had oversight of that block grant for those reasons. So there is a path forward, Ms. Holton, for making this more permanent.
Thank you, and I just appreciate understanding that at least the goal, that it's not a short-term thing, just looking at the analogous research on addressing, using teacher pay incentives to address targeted shortage issues that folks have tried, 3-year bonus payments or something like that, and they don't work if they're temporary.
Yes.
It doesn't really take rocket scientists to understand, but I appreciate that the goal is a permanent boost of the childcare workforce wages. My second question is a little more global, but with all of these wonderful changes, what are our outcome goals in terms of what percentage, if all of this goes as planned and works as well as hoped, what percentage of our how close will we get to universal preschool for 3 and 4-year-olds? And I don't remember whether, I think I'm right that our goal is 3 and 4-year-olds, not 4-year-olds, just 4-year-olds. And I know that you're also addressing birth to 3 as well, but in terms of that measurable goal, in terms of service to 3 and 4-year-olds.
Absolutely. So, and that's an important point. Today's conversation has mostly been about the quality piece, right? And it's critical that you all are building this infrastructure because we also need to flow more dollars in to offer more slots, right? But you want some level of accountability, right? That so that as you increase the amount of public dollars, that you know that kids are getting, infants, toddlers, preschoolers, getting positive experiences and improving experiences. I'd say, let me kind of answer the outcomes question as it relates to this, and then I want to come back to the access question. This system, and one of the things we'll come and ideally talk to you about, is we will be able to track year over year growth in terms of what's happening in classrooms. And that's really, really important, and something that is sort of within our realm of control, right? That as, you know, in my prior work, we've been able to kind of look at, you know, are we getting sort of higher quality interactions? Are we getting to a place where curriculum is used with more frequency? And I think what we've seen in other places, you might see the highest rate of growth in childcare, right? In the settings where, you know, where they have been furthest from opportunity, and what they really just needed is to be included, supported, and offered this opportunity to thrive. And I think that's really important as we grapple with that we don't want to, across the board, for instance, require a bachelor's degree credential, right? We've got to find an alternative way to make sure that this board is fulfilling its responsibility of kind of assuring quality experiences for all kids, right? Particularly those who we knew are farthest from opportunity, but also doing that in a way that's supportive of educators. And so that's what you'll hear us coming to you, where we are at as a state in terms of these interactions, and are they going up, and how are they going up across the different program types, and how does that kind of correspond with what folks are how they're being compensated, and how, you know, we're funding those programs. At the same time, that's not sufficient, right? Like, even if we succeeded in doing all of this, that's great for the several thousand, sort of 100,000 kids who have slots, right? That are sort of funded, who've gotten that golden ticket and have the opportunity to participate in Head Start or VPI or childcare subsidy. But we know that there are far more kids. And we know when we look at that Virginia Kindergarten Readiness Program data, that the kids that are least likely to have the opportunity to come to school ready are children in low-income households whose parents report no preschool experience, right? So the first time they come into a classroom in any shape and form is when they enter kindergarten. And we have to reduce that, right? We need to sort of look at which children and families are furthest from opportunity and who don't have the opportunity to participate in any version of preschool. And so we will come to you, and we will get to a place where we want to say, you know, we need, for every 3 and 4-year-old who needs this, how do we make preschool affordable? We'll propose that it's in a public-private way, right? So we'll maximize the childcare subsidy program, which again, as of July 1st, you'll have responsibility for. We'll maximize VPI. For the second year in a row, I'm very pleased to announce that our General Assembly funded, and due to the flexibility provided, we fulfilled every slot asked for by school divisions and communities across 3 and 4-year-olds. So it's just huge, right? In the years past, we said, I'm sorry, like, you know, there's a wait list, like we can't fulfill that slot, but whatever the school divisions asked for, we did it. I got an email last week thanking myself and the First Lady. Matthews County, which is very, very small, and because of the way that the formula is calculated, have never had slots, but they had families who wanted it, right? So they were able to create a wait list, request slots, and they are going to be, for the first time ever in their history, opening a VPI classroom this fall. So we are making progress incrementally there, and what we'll do is we'll work with you to maximize the Child Care Subsidy Program and the Virginia Preschool Initiative, as well as things like mixed delivery through the Early Childhood Foundation, to get to all 3 and 4-year-olds who need it. Again, we'll come into the marijuana money and sort of continue to maximize that, while also making sure that for those infants and toddlers, that we continue to maintain and also chip away at the gap between how many families want it and what's available to be subsidized. Great questions.
Dr. Mann.
Thank you, President Gecker, and thank you so much, Ms. Conway, for all of the incredible work that you are doing and your team This is such a very important moment for the sector. I feel compelled to say, we so know that this is needed, and it's coming at a time where the sector is on life support. And I think we have to, as a board, be really in touch with that. As this rolls out, it comes at a time where labor is short, and it's not just short because of historic issues with compensation. It's short because there is fear. There continues to be fear. And I think we have a tremendous opportunity with the work that is being framed under Practice Year 1, Practice Year 2, to really discern how much our success is disrupted by contextual factors that will be important for us to consider as we evolve this system. I think the comments that have been made about growth, which is so important, and I'm thinking about the work session we had yesterday that just talked about growth even in the context of how we think about that K-12. We're going to need some pretty sophisticated models in early childhood as teachers come and go. That is a dynamic. If we don't fundamentally change the financing structure for our sector, it's going to be very difficult to understand that in clean ways. And so really being attentive to that. And then finally, the really important point that you made, Ms. Conway, about the importance of our youngest, our babies, our infants and toddlers. There is an ease of talking about 3 and 4-year-olds that tends to sort of cut off that front end of the continuum. And as a board, it's going to be immensely important that as we are discerning opportunities to affect quality and broaden access, we cannot forget about what's necessary on the front end of that continuum, given what we know about brain development and such. So I am super excited about the opportunity we have here. I think Virginia's discernment of focusing on 2 components of quality, 2 of the most important components of quality, to settle out the noise of a lot of other things for people to focus, is truly groundbreaking. As a person who's sort of lived these issues and debates on quality for many, many years, and you know, it really is to be here and see a Department of Education take this on in this way. I'm pleased, but I'm also going to be expecting that we do right by the reality of what the sector faces. So,
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Mann. Coming from you, I tremendously appreciate that. And, you know, and again, I think as we've sort of focused, this is monumental for us in terms of who we're engaging as educators. And when we think about from Secretary Connie and Dr. Lane's effort around equity, like there's nothing more important than that in terms of the kids, families, and educators that we are serving with this work. It does mean that we're going to bring more math to you all because it is figuring out the numbers and cents and how we can provide a better set of incentives, right, and better support and compensate those who serve our infants and toddlers is a critical piece of that. And so I really appreciate you bringing that back up. And we can also blame Dr. Mann when I bring a bunch of complicated math to you on the child care subsidy rate and contracts and how we fund it. But she is 100% right that this is a system that is based on a market that is flawed, that is based on a market doesn't work for kindergarten this way, doesn't work for 3rd grade or 8th grade, where, you know, the kind of your ability to sort of recognize your teachers and achieve quality is based on what your parents can pay. And in fact, we are fundamentally moving away from that space in K-12. And I will look forward to working with you to help us rethink how we can provide opportunity to those who are furthest from opportunity in a way that is not based on a flawed market. So some exciting work ahead of us as we are also kind of practicing this move around improving quality.
Okay. Thank you so much for the presentation. And really, one of the things I appreciate most are the in-depth answers to questions. That's not just, the routine, just something simple. You have a clear understanding of what we're doing, and I certainly, admire and respect the work that's been done here. With that, the request is that we approve the guidelines for practice year 1 of the Early Childhood Unified Measurement and Improvement System. Is there a motion to do so, Dr. Mann? Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Davis-Vaught. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, item F, first review of a notice of intended regulatory action of proposed amendments to the regulations establishing the standards for accrediting public schools in Virginia to include standards for the accreditation of full-time virtual education. Dr. Alvin, good morning.
Right, good morning. President Gecker, Vice President Wilson, Dr. Lane, and members of the Board of Education. I am Dr. Brendan Elbon and have been serving as the Director of the Office of STEM and Innovation since March 1st of this year. This is my first opportunity to address you, and I'm certainly excited and honored to do so. In 2012, the Virginia General Assembly passed House Bill 1215, amending the Code of Virginia, which affects the standards of quality, and requiring the Virginia Board of Education to promulgate regulations establishing standards for the accreditation of virtual public schools that enroll students here in Virginia. The intent of this legislation was to address situations where local school boards could establish a virtual public school or program with all students' coursework being taken virtually rather than in a traditional brick and mortar setting. On May 24th, 2012, the Board of Education approved the NORA stage for the regulatory action. The original proposed stage of the regulatory action was required by the board through April 25th, 2013. For reasons unknown to the current Virginia Department of Education staff, this regulatory action did not proceed following the proposed stage at that time. As you are well aware, 2020 brought a greater need for the Commonwealth to address virtual learning practices to assure high-quality instructional opportunities for all public school students here in Virginia. And Senate Bill 1303 requires that the Department of Education establish benchmarks to successful virtual learning guidelines. In the April 22nd Board of Education meeting, the board voted to withdraw the proposed stage of regulations establishing standards for accrediting public schools in Virginia. This was done because we could not anticipate in 2012-2013 what 2020-2021 would bring the learning realm, nor the importance, complexity, and popularity of multi-division online providers, the Virtual Virginia program, or other virtual platforms. Therefore, this proposed action goes beyond the original mandate to include these other types of virtual education. Upon approval of the NORA stage today, our plan is to convene a group of stakeholders to draft regulations and request that the Virginia Learning Advisory Committee review the drafts before proceeding with the regulatory process of proposing regulation to the Board of Education for consideration. Therefore, today, the Superintendent of Public Instruction recommends that the Board of Education accept for the first review of the Notice of Intended Regulatory Action for promulgating regulations for virtual learning. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Dr. Robertson.
Yes. Can you elaborate more on who you anticipate being part of the stakeholder group?
Absolutely. We do intend to include parties who have shown interest As I already mentioned, the board-approved Virginia Virtual Learning Advisory Committee. We intend to include the Virtual Virginia Administration Team, some Virginia technology directors from around school divisions here in the state. We also intend to speak with VASSP and some school divisions in Virginia who have already implemented their own regional programs to learn some best practices. Perhaps some ITRTs, state educational directors, who already run their own programs.
Thank you.
Sure.
Anybody else? Ms. Holton?
Just briefly, a word of welcome. Great
Yeah.
to have you with us, and thank you for your presentation today.
Thank you, Ms. Holton.
Yeah, it's always good to have people with Virginian accents up at the podium.
I'm from the deep south, so.
Yes.
Of Africa.
I know you came from I know you came from Petersburg, so there's more truth to that than you realize. You know, I actually happy to see you in 3D. I think we were on some calls with the governor's schools when you were at Appomattox Regional. So, and as Ms. Holton said, welcome. Any other questions? If
Just a comment, Mr.
Sure.
In the recommendation, Dr. Alvin didn't mention our interest in waiving first
Yeah.
review because it's Nora, so I just wanted to put that on the table.
Yep, I was going to say, because this is really an administrative step, be delighted to entertain a motion to waive first review and approve the NORA.
So moved, President Gecker.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Mann. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay. We'll move on to, I guess, Assistant Superintendent Coy for presentations on items G and H. And Ms. Clemens and Dr. Sale, welcome.
Good morning, President Gecker and board members. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning. This will be a team effort to present the next few items to you. We're going to start with a presentation about the new requirements for culturally competent educators and the different components and timelines so that you can see how the 4 requirements of the bill fit together. Each requirement in this bill requires different action by you, some of which you've already taken this morning. So following this overarching presentation, then you will hear from my colleagues on the specific items for action in the broader context. So we'll review the legislation and then we'll dive into each of the 4 requirements and the associated board action that go along with it. So this legislation, as by way of context and reminder, was passed during the 2021 General Assembly, carried by Senator Locke and Delegate Jenkins. And the bills require 4 different components of support for culturally competent educators in the Commonwealth. The first speaks to evaluations and in the inclusion of a cultural proficiency efficacy standard, which you have taken action on this morning on the consent agenda, following your action previously this spring on this topic. It also requires individuals seeking initial licensure or renewal of a license to complete instruction in cultural competency. It requires specifically that those educators with endorsements in history and social science receive instruction in African American history. And finally, that each school board adopts policy and implements training for any teacher or other employee holding both a license and who is employed by the division. They have to complete this training once every 2 years, and the first training is required to take place before the 22-23 school year. I should note, just kind of by way of context for these requirements and the bills, that these were in part developed out of the recommendations of Governor Northam's African American History Education Commission. You'll recall that they brought standard changes to you in the fall, but they also focused their work around professional development supports And this legislation was the result of those conversations. On this next slide, you'll see a summary chart with the mechanisms for implementation for each of these 4 requirements. So the first there relates to the guidelines for uniform performance standards and evaluation criteria for teachers. The next, for licensure requirements, will be implemented via the licensure regulations. The history and social studies endorsement impacts both licensure regulations and the education preparation program regulations. And then finally, the school board policy and training is contingent on this body issuing guidance on the content for those trainings. And by statute, you are required to complete that work by the end of the 2021 calendar year. So we will be bringing forward draft guidance for your consideration and discussion later this fall. So today, we have brought recommendations to you on the first 3. I will just note on the local school board policy and training piece, there was another committee created by legislation during the 2020 session, the Culturally Responsive and Inclusive Education Practices Advisory Committee, from Senator Boysko and Delegate Sickles. That body is concluding their work this summer, and their recommendations will inform what we bring to you this fall on the training requirements that local divisions should consider. The next slide here shows a timeline of how these various pieces kind of may fit together over the next few years. The bottom line here is that none of these requirements go into effect for the 21-22 school year, and we want to be sure that folks are aware of that and clear on that. But that they will be phased in via these different regulatory processes and board actions over the next few years. As has been mentioned, that local policy and training has to occur by statute before the 22-23 school year. That is the hard and fast requirement in the code. The others are contingent on board action and contingent on the regulations working their way through that process. You'll hear here in a minute that the licensure regulations and then the action around the history and social studies endorsements will actually take 2 different types of regulatory action, which means that they will end up on slightly different timelines based on the action that we are bringing to you for consideration. So in short, the licensure requirements, we are recommending go through the full regulatory process from start to finish, beginning with a NORA today. That takes a little bit longer. Whereas the history and social studies endorsement actions can be put on a fast track and we would anticipate that they would be complete by summer of 22. None of the requirements contained in those regulations would go into effect until they have made their way through that full regulatory process. So you'll see that the timelines here are just our kind of best guess at this point in time on when those requirements would go into effect based on how long traditionally it takes those regulations to work their way through the system. For any number of reasons, they could go faster, but more likely slower based on the public conversation that we have about those requirements throughout. So I'll just briefly kind of provide an overview for the mechanisms one by one here, and then we'll move on to the proposed action for you all. So teacher evaluation was put part of your consent agenda this morning. As was mentioned, you reviewed that teacher evaluation guidelines for uniform performance standards earlier this spring. And the recommendation was to implement in the 22-23 school year with training happening in spring and summer of 2022. I will also note that the department's work on this is continuing, and we anticipate bringing you updated guidelines for principals and superintendents in January of 2022. Throughout the fall, we will be working with Strong and Associates to convene those stakeholder groups to bring forward recommendations based on their input. The licensure requirements would certainly align with the standards in that new standard 6 in the Uniform Performance Guidelines. We would anticipate that it would also align with the content ultimately that you recommend for that local training every 2 years. So we would want there to be alignment in that content, but that we may also differentiate in those licensure regulations the content that is necessary for initial licensure versus what would be expected for renewal. As you will hear in a moment, item G is the item on your agenda today associated with this for first review and approval of a NORA. So we are not bringing content to you today on that topic, but simply beginning that regulatory process. We would anticipate roughly that the proposed stage of review by the board would be in the fall, whereby we would have content recommendations for you to consider. With regard to the history and social studies endorsement, this would apply to all individuals seeking initial licensure as well as those renewing. And this, again, would align with the new Standard 6 in the Uniform Performance Guidelines. And this we are recommending for fast-tracked action. And there are some other components in that action that you will hear about. But we anticipate that with a fast-track action, we would have that finalized by next summer, at which point we would, you all would determine a final kind of implementation timeline for that to go into effect. And then this last piece on the guidance. So the legislation requires the board to issue guidance by December 31st. Again, the content here hopefully is all aligned so that our systems are requiring the same type of content and support for our teachers throughout. Up here, you'll see that the legislatively created committee that I mentioned, their work is well underway, and we anticipate their final recommendations in the next few weeks. But no action is required of you at this time. We'll be bringing that forward in the fall for you so that we can meet that December 2021 deadline as required by code. All right, so I think with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have on the broader context, and then I will turn it over to my colleagues here to present specific action.
Yeah, Holly, why don't we go ahead and do G and, the
Great.
presentations and then take questions. Because I'm assuming that some of the presentations will answer some of the questions, but thank you very much.
Good morning, President Gecker, Dr. Lane, and members of the board. My name is Maggie Clemens. I'm the director of the Office of Licensure and School Leadership at the department. We are certainly missing Patty Pitts' expertise when it comes to this. So I'll be presenting this morning board item G, the first review of intended regulatory action to amend the licensure regulations for school personnel to include instruction and cultural competency for initial licensure and renewal of a license. This NORA is to amend the regulations to comport with legislation passed during the 2021 General Assembly, specifically House Bill 1904 and Senate Bill 1196, carried by Delegate Jenkins and Senator Locke respectively. Known collectively as the Culturally Competent Virginia Educators Bill. The purpose of these two bills is to support a cultural competent educator workforce in the Commonwealth, and in part requires any person seeking initial licensure or renewal of a license to complete instruction or training in cultural competency as prescribed by the board. To reflect these changes in the Code of Virginia, amendments to the licensure regulations for school personnel are required. Holly Coy, of course, has done the lion's share of reviewing the four components of the Culturally Competent Virginia Educators Bill and the proposed implementation timeline. The item for your review is to begin the regulatory process to amend the licensure regulations for school personnel to include instruction and cultural competence for initial licensure and renewal of a license. And I'm also here to answer questions about this as you need.
Great, thanks. And Dr. Sale?
All right. Well, good morning, President Gecker, Vice President Wilson, members of the board, and Dr. Lane. It is my pleasure to be back in front of you this morning to present the fast track to amend both the licensure requirements for school personnel as well as the regulations governing the review and approval of educator programs in Virginia. So this presentation is in part complement to Ms. Clemens in that it is the remaining regulatory action that comes from the Culturally Competent Educator Workforce Bill, which is House Bill 1904 and Senate Bill 1196. But it also has a supplementary component in that it responds to a few other pieces of legislation that came from the 2021 General Assembly session. And in that regard, the reason for packaging them together in the way that we have is that you can see from your red line documentation and the regulatory language that we provided, we've largely pulled from the language that was included in the legislation, which allows us to move this regulatory action through the fast track process, keeping this moving at an ever so slightly faster pace than the larger regulatory process. So that's why we brought all of these together, A, to comport with the legislation from 2021, but B, to keep those regulatory actions moving as quickly as we could. Just to recap on where or what pieces of legislation we're responding to in this particular legislative action. So as you've heard from both Ms. Coy and Ms. Clemens, that House Bill 1904 and Senate Bill 1196 include a requirement for those seeking a new license or initial license or renewal of their license with an endorsement in history and social science, have instruction in African American history. And then we saw two large special education bills, which included a lot of the recommendations from the JLARC study, which had components for licensure as well as teacher preparation. The first piece of that is anyone seeking initial license or renewal of a license must have training in certain components of instructional methodology and differentiated instruction, specifically for students with disabilities. In addition to that licensure requirement, those bills also task the Board of Education with amending their their preparation program regulatory language to make sure all graduates, one, graduate with those skills in differentiated instruction for special education students, and that administrators also have instruction in kind of tailored components of special education instruction, including some law and policy, as well as items like behavioral management. In fulfilling the mandate for House Bill 2299 and Senate Bill 1288, those two larger special education bills, we are also responding to House Bill 2316 from Delegate Munden King that asked the board to again look at its regulatory language for educator preparation programs to make sure our graduates have those skill sets in educating our special education students and individualized education plans before they enter the profession and the field. So as you can see, again, from the regulatory language, that most of what is in the regulatory amendments and changes are directly from the legislation itself. But I will note there is one piece that we've expanded upon a little bit, and that's around the African American history instruction that was required from those culturally competent training bills. In that regard, we have just specified and clarified the content areas we want that instruction to contain. One, to ensure that our candidates for that endorsement in history and social science are getting quality instruction, but B, so we know they're getting comparable instruction across the board. So in that regard, again, there is a little bit more specificity to that particular piece, but for the most part, again, we are carrying over and mirroring language that you find in the legislation for each of those. So with that, I, like my colleagues, am here to take questions and address any questions or outstanding items you all might have for us.
Any questions? I actually have one. I take it the expansion you're talking about is item N, is that right?
Item N, and I might have to go to the tapes here to see exactly where the language is, but the expansion, there's a few different places where you see some content areas enumerated around African American history instruction, and those include 5 components. That's the understanding of African origins, the African diaspora and developments of the Black experience in North America, the institution of slavery in the United States, and how African Americans have helped shaped and have been shaped by American society. So making sure that African American history training includes those pieces.
I guess paragraph N in the proposed document.
Perfect.
Assume we do this today, how does the public then have a right to comment?
The regulatory process does include a public comment period, so there will be an opportunity for members of the public to provide comment via the standing regulatory process on this.
So what, there's a 30-day open comment period? How does that work?
I believe for fast track is it 45? I know there's
45.
30, 45, and 60 for the different regulatory actions, but there is a set period. And Emily may not have that number offhand too, if it's 45, no. But there is a set time period, yes.
Okay, and assume there are comments, what happens?
That we will have an opportunity to reflect on those and make any adjustments if necessary before the regulatory process continues forward.
And who is the "we" in that sentence? Is that the board or is that the staff?
The department will take a first initial review to make sure that any substantive suggestions or ones that we merit or feel merit some changes to the regulatory language are vetted. And of course, if it requires additional board action, we would bring it back to the board.
I guess
If there's
what I'm asking
any
is,
substantive content changes.
let's assume the department does not believe it warrants additional action. Would the board also have a shot at, do we have a chance to agree or disagree with that conclusion of the staff?
Well, I am sure we can absolutely facilitate that conversation to make sure the department and board are on the same page about whether those comments
Here's what I'm asking,
require us to make
what's
any
the legal
substantive changes
requirement
to the regulations.
through this process? What's the legal requirement with regard to resolution of public comments?
It would come back to the board if there are any substantive changes to be made. So we certainly couldn't go beyond what we've provided here. So any substantive change would, since these are your regulations and regulatory chapters, that you would have the ability to weigh in on those.
Ms. Webb?
Good morning. So anytime we get public comment, the staff thoroughly reviews that public comment to see if there needs to be any changes. I'll say traditionally, we don't receive a lot of public comment on fast track actions because they're usually those that are non-controversial. Should we start to receive a lot of controversial comments, we could certainly go through a full regulatory process or bring this back to the board to take another stab at a fast track action. I'll also note that this item is only on first review and we're actually not recommending that we waive this item. And so we are planning to bring it back to the board in July and would allow public comment to happen in the interim, then certainly allow public comment at your July meeting on this specific item. We are recommending to waive on the NORA.
Yep, sorry, I must have misread that. I thought you were asking for it on this also. And so, I was not as inclined to waive on this item as the other. Actually, I'm looking at, this is H, right?
I had a question to that point, President.
Yeah, please, Dr. Mann.
Yeah, I was curious because the NORA that we have for this item, at the very end, notes of public hearing will not be held following the publication of the proposed stage of this action. But on the prior NORA that we just adopted, there is a public hearing. And I wanted to just kind of understand the difference between one requiring, one not requiring. They're both NORAs, and so maybe there could be some clarification on that. Maybe Dr. Lane could, or someone could address that.
Yeah, so I'll say just generally kind of when it comes to the NORAs, our recommendation is generally to waive first review by the board in order to kick off the process. The regulatory process, when we do these regulations from start to finish, which we are proposing doing on both the licensure regulations and on the virtual education regulations, go through many iterations and many opportunities for public comment, both at board meetings and as prescribed in the law via kind of the posting of those regulations on Town Hall where the public can comment and provide feedback on draft language. So there will be many opportunities for public input and comment along the way in any regulatory action we take, but certainly in both of these NORAs. Because the NORA is just us raising our hands and saying we intend to have this conversation, there isn't much substance to comment on at this point in time.
That's helpful. Thank you.
I would say, I'm looking at the agenda item again. I think that you all are asking for waiver first review.
So, yes. So there are, in item G, the first review of the NORA, and we are recommending that you waive first review and continue on with the NORA. That is for the licensure regulations.
Right.
We are also in item H, addressing the licensure regulations yet again, but via a different action. as well as the ed prep regulations. And for those, we are recommending first review and coming back in July for second review of those before proceeding. So the licensure regulations are impacted in both of those actions, but they are two different types of actions on two different content sets.
So just to help with what's happening here, the written item on H requests a waiver of first review. Staff has changed their mind, so, and because that's my recommendation, we will strike that request.
Okay, that's the source of my confusion. I'm looking at the staff's agenda item. Okay. One final question on this. Let's assume I apply for, renewal of my license with the endorsement.
Mhm.
What training modules are out there now in order to allow me to meet this requirement?
Are you speaking to the history?
Yes, yeah, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
okay.
The rest of it, you're right. I mean, the NORAs are ministerial at this point. I'm
Right.
happy to move those through. This is substantive, and there are all sorts of practical implications to what we're doing here.
Absolutely. So the legislation requires that individuals receive instruction in this African American history content. They did not say a higher ed course in. So the way that the language has been drafted is to provide that flexibility so that a student may get that in the course of their ed prep program. They may come take an add-on course later throughout their career, or they may access other instruction on this topic. In particular, the department is working on offering the content around our African American history elective to teachers. That content is aligned and would be a practical solution for individuals trying to meet this requirement who are going to turn around and teach that class in a school, for example. So,
And is that work done?
that work is well underway. Yes. It's not yet available, but I think we anticipate it being available this summer, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we piloted it with several teachers this year and then partner with WHRO on the tech side of it. And the timeline for that has it being complete before the beginning of next school year.
Right. But we would not, just to clarify, we would not anticipate that this requirement go into effect until at least next year when the fast track regulatory action is complete. We wouldn't anticipate that action to be complete until summer 22. And then at that point, depending on the timing, would select the kind of hard and fast requirement date for an individual seeking a license with that endorsement.
Okay. Anybody else? Thank you. Then I think I'd like to go ahead and ask for a motion to waive first review and approve item G, which is the notice of intended regulatory action. Thank you, Dr. Robertson. Is there a second? Somebody? Oh, thank you, Dr. Pexton. Okay, all in favor of that, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And item H, we are delighted to receive that on first review. Thank you. Okay, item I has been moved to July. Item J, first review of proposed guidelines for local alternative assessments, 2021 to 2022 and beyond. Okay. Oh, you want to take a break?
I would be open to that.
We want to take a break?
Several are doing it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have been told we want to take a break. So give us 10 minutes. We'll be back at 10:50. Thanks. Sorry.
There was a break whether you want to take it.
Going to move to, as I said, item J. I'm not sure now who's presenting. I thought
We're together.
we're tag teaming it.
We're tag team.
You guys are on.
All right. Good morning, President Gagger, members of the board, and Dr. Lane. Today, Michael and I are pleased to bring to you for first review guidelines for local alternative assessments for 2021, 2022, and beyond. So we're being very optimistic about these guidelines. Just as a reminder, in 2014, the General Assembly eliminated 5 SOL tests: grade 3 history, grade 3 science, grade 5 writing, U.S. history to 1865, and U.S. history from 1865 to the present. As a result of that legislation, school divisions were required to certify annually through the SOQ process that they had taught the content included in these courses and also administered what became known as the local alternative assessments. And the board had to create guidelines at that point to govern the creation of those assessments. Over the last 7 years, department staff have provided a great deal of support to school divisions. And I want to recognize the work of the staff from the Department of Learning and Innovation and also from assessment. They have worked very collaboratively in supporting school divisions over this time period. And that's really why Michael and I are doing this item together. So what you have before you today is a set of guidelines that is a revision from the last set of guidelines, which was approved in 2018-19. There really is just a minor change. Previously, the guidelines encouraged school divisions to use the state-developed rubrics. The current guidelines will require the use of those state-developed rubrics. And the point of that is to ensure that we have some consistency in expectations across the Commonwealth. We will also continue with the practice of doing desk reviews. This is a situation where we sample a certain number of schools and we look at their balanced assessment plans for their local alternative assessments. We review documents that they send to us, and there are also extensive interviews done. And the results of those desk reviews are actually used to do webinars and presentations for school division staff to highlight best practices. I wanted to bring this to your attention because it is an example of where a compliance function actually leads to extensive technical assistance and support from the Department of Education. Because the guidelines are just a minor change from the previous guidelines, Dr. Lane's recommendation is that you waive first review and approve the local alternative assessment guidelines for 2021, 2022, and beyond. And Michael and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, are there any questions by board members? Ms. Holton?
So I'm sorry, you said we are being asked to waive first review?
Yes, we are.
Then can you tell me about what input we've heard from the superintendents and/or school board associations or other stakeholders on changing this to a mandatory requirement?
We have not heard anything from the superintendents associations. We can certainly not waive first review. I think the use of the rubrics is something that school divisions have understood, that it was the intent that they use those rubrics for quite some time. They've been in place for 3 years now. So we believe that it was time to move on with requiring the rubrics so we do have some consistency.
If I may follow up, so even though they haven't previously been mandated, I'm hearing you say that the divisions have all been using them anyway, as if they were mandated?
We believe that they have. They have certainly been encouraged to. And Kristonia Brown is in the audience, and she may be able to speak to that too.
And go ahead, Kristonia. As she's walking up, the thing I was going to say is that the budget language somewhat suggests this anyways. So I think everybody kind of expected that it was going to come that way. the idea that the state would guide any of these alternate assessments in the performance assessment language, I think carries over to this.
I just hate to do anything in the way of, that might be understood to be a new mandate without waiving first review, without finding out if there's local feedback to us.
Ms. Holton, good morning or good afternoon, everyone. For the past 3 years, we have provided deeper learning conferences, and at every one of those deeper learning conferences, the expectation in all of our presentations have been focused around the use of the common rubric. And even, I believe, even during the desk reviews, the questions that we were asking were about the utilization of the common rubrics. Last spring, we were able to do what is called a range finding, to where we bring teachers together to score, and they score based on that rubric. So we were able to make sure that those rubrics were posted on the DOE website, and all of our communications are centered around when you're creating local alternative assessments, that the state's common rubric is what you should be using. Another instance, we have some school divisions that are teaming up with other school divisions, and the use of that common rubric, they have that consistency across expectations. So the change in this language, I do not believe, and because we also have not heard from superintendents, I do not believe that's going to be like a surprise to school divisions. Does that allay some of your reservation?
Well, I'll put it this way. I'm going to look to Dr. Lane does a great job reading the superintendents, and this is pretty in the weeds, I recognize. So I'm looking to see whether we said in the document, the agenda item, whether you said, well, no, you actually said action will be requested at a future meeting. Am I right? That we did not, the notice for today did not mention waiving first review.
In item J, mine does.
Mine does, yeah.
I'm looking on the wrong one. That's my problem here. So people were on notice, at least from when this agenda was promoted. But Dr. Lane, you read the superintendents and are closely in communication with them. If you don't think, if this is so in the weeds and they're not going to have any problem with it, I have no problem on your representation to that effect.
And this will be
With
posted,
your staff.
this will be posted in town hall as well for public comment for 30 days.
All guidance from the board now goes to the town hall.
Okay, but then it becomes final without further action by
No,
us.
so should we receive an extensive amount of public comment, we have to review that. We can either retain the current effective date or delay it by 30 days while we review that comment. Should we,
Okay, all
similar
right.
to regulation, should we receive extensive comment and need to make revisions, we bring it back to the board.
You're re-educating me
It's a
and
new code
others on
requirement as of
the
2018.
administrative process. I'm okay with it.
Well, let me ask that a different way. Is there an urgency to getting this done today? Does it start anything? You know, does it move back a timeline?
I think we were just hoping to have it available for school divisions as quickly as possible, but there's certainly no great urgency.
What I will add to that, I agree that a month delay will not be a substantive concern. But to the point that everyone's been making, I really think that everyone expected that this was coming, and which is why we haven't heard a lot on this. But the sooner they know, the summer is the time that they will do the trainings and everything that's necessary. And so, you know, it could have some impact where school divisions don't train on it until later than they would have, and may hamper some of their abilities to move this forward next year. But I don't think that July would be terrible.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Is there a motion on this? Or does the board prefer to receive it on first review? Honestly, it's not as much about this item as about, practice. And, I think at some point, I personally will chat with Emily about, to get a better understanding of the administrative review process. And is there a difference between us holding it for 30 days to get comment and it going out to regulatory town hall and getting comment? What are the different remedies there? I guess I had a limited understanding, that's probably wrong, that once it went to town hall, even if we got comments, all we were really required to do was respond to them. But Emily's shaking her head no, and so.
So this new code requirement went into effect following the 2018 General Assembly session, that we are required to post all guidance documents coming out of the department for a 30-day public comment window. I'll add to that we do have to submit them to town hall for publication, which usually adds about 2 to 3 weeks to that timeline. So while you are not necessarily required to respond to every single public comment, our practice has been that we do review all comments and make any technical or substantive edits to those documents. So that could be board guidance documents or department guidance documents. Most recently, we've had a fair amount of public comment on some of our guidance documents. And so we have been pulling them back, delaying them by 30 days, and responding to those in writing to the individuals. So like I said, no actual code requirement, but our practice is that we review and respond and make necessary edits.
But none of those, because I'm familiar with some of the more recent ones,
Sure.
we've talked about them, they don't come back to the board, or they have not yet come back to the board for.
And sure, those specifically were department guidance
Exactly. Yeah,
documents.
that's
So
fair.
they did not come to the board at all because they were
that's fair.
issued by the department. So we haven't had any significant public comment on any board guidance documents to date to actually need to bring them back. I will say, traditionally speaking, we maybe receive a handful of comments on most of our guidance documents that we post.
Yeah, Dr. Wilson.
So, Ms. Webb, thank you for that explanation, policy versus practice. So in this instance, which would be the first time potentially that a board guidance document would be, could come back, would it be fair for the board to, should we choose to move forward and waive first review and approve, that we ask the department to provide us with that report on whatever comments there are on this particular item, giving us the opportunity to then make changes if we need to as a board. And that way the field, Dr. Lane, gets the information sooner than later. They can begin planning for their summer professional development, knowing that there could be some alteration that would happen based on board action later, but it kind of allows us to move forward without.
Is there a mechanism that it would come back to the board? Let's assume we got 5 comments and board members were interested in that, but staff didn't think they were, substantial. Is there a mechanism by which it comes back to the board to make that decision instead of staff?
So I think we would be happy to provide you with the full comments. I will say, again, traditionally speaking, and it's somewhat hard because we haven't had any controversial board guidance documents go out since this requirement has been put in place. We haven't needed to bring anything back. They have been, if they've been any comments received at all, they've been purely technical. But we would be happy to provide the board with those comments and give you an opportunity to weigh in if we have to make any substantive changes.
And when that happens, you always have the right to pull it back.
Definition of substantive versus technical, I think is part of the issue, or part of the question.
Okay, again, this doesn't really, in my mind, relate to this item.
It's process.
It really
And
is
I'm
a
happy to-
process item for us.
Yeah, I'm happy to review in a future meeting or even in a work session, some of the newer aspects of the APA so that the board has a full understanding of that.
That's very great.
Yep. Okay, what is the pleasure of the board on this? Is there a motion of any sort? Or any other thoughts on, again, the process point?
I'm satisfied what I've heard today, that it's appropriate to go forward and waive first review, and therefore I will move that we go forward and waive first review on item J.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. Any other discussion?
Only just to comment that I would like to, as a board member, I would like to know of comments that are coming back on this item in the next meeting if appropriate, or as soon as appropriate.
Any other comments? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No, and I do think it would be good for us to have some understanding of the APA and how this all relates, but thank you both very much. Again, nothing to do with you guys. You did great. All right, item K, first review of proposed changes to certain accreditation indicators.
Right. Again, good morning, President Gecker, members of the board, and Dr. Lane. Today, I bring to you for first review proposed changes to accreditation indicators. And then I do have a PowerPoint to go along with this, and if someone would advance the slides for me, that would be very helpful. Okay. So as you know, Dr. Lane used his authority under the emergency order to waive accreditation in both 2021-22 and also 2020-21. So we will resume our accreditation ratings in 2022-2023 based on the data from the 2021-2022 school year. So we are beginning to think about what accreditation will look like in those years. And as you all remember, there are some accreditation indicators that are based on multiple years of data. And because of that, we are going to ask you to take some action regarding those indicators. In addition, there was some legislation in the 2021 General Assembly that requires the use of new growth assessments. We talked about this a bit yesterday in the SOA committee. And we will also ask you to take some action regarding the way you have approved the measurement of growth for use in accreditation. Next slide. So the first impact really was in the 2020-2021 school year. Of course, we had interrupted, our first impact was the 1920 school year where we had schools closed as of March the 20th. And then, of course, in 2020-2021, we've had a somewhat unusual year that has had an impact on a number of our indicators. So the first one we're going to talk about is the College, Career, and Civic Readiness Indicator, and that's the next slide. As a reminder, the SOA would, as it is currently written, would require the implementation of this indicator with the 2021-2022 cohort, so our graduating seniors this coming year, and that would impact accreditation for 2022-23. As a reminder, the College, Career, and Civic Readiness Indicator looks at student successes throughout their school career. Essentially, we're looking to make sure that every student has a pathway beyond high school, so some indicator. So if a student meets one of those indicators, then they get a check and they move on. This includes things like advanced coursework, CTE completers with a credential, work-based learning, and service learning. And you talked about this a bit yesterday as you were looking through the requested changes to the SOA. So the cohort 22 has had significant disruptions to their career, both in their second year of school, their sophomore year of high school, and also their junior year. And if we look at the next slide, you can really see the cohort timeline here. So many students achieve their college and career and civic readiness success in their second and third year of high school. But the 2022 cohort, in 1920, their second year, schools were closed. In 2021, this was certainly not a typical year, and many of the ways in which students achieve the success they need for this indicator were not unavailable to them in this year. So we are asking you to extend the timeline. So if we look at the next slide, the SOA actually gives you all authority to make changes in indicators. SOA says that you can adopt special provisions regarding indicators as long as you give local school boards sufficient notice. So we are asking you to use that authority to delay the CCCRI indicator by 1 year, and this is in the next slide. So it shows that instead of beginning this with the 2022 graduate grading cohort, we would delay it to the 2022-23 graduation cohort. So it would first be implemented in the 23-24 accreditation rating. So we're not asking for an extensive delay, just a delay of 1 year to reflect the fact that schools really have had atypical school years for 2 years at this point. In the next slide, you'll see that we are also looking at other adjustments to accreditation calculations. Because we really can't use the data from 1920 or 2021, we are looking at, when we look at the 3-year average, remember that there are a number of indicators that there's a 3-year average component so that the current year, the 3-year average can be used. We will not be using the 1920 or 2021 data for those indicators. Instead, the 3-year averages, when we move to the next time we calculate accreditation, will be 17-18, 18-19, and 21-22. So essentially, we are skipping the years where the data is atypical. And in the next slide, there are 2 more situations. You also have a provision in the SOA that allows for improvement in an indicator. Again, because we're not running accreditation for 2 years, we need to skip those years. And so when we look at the comparison of indicator data in 22-23, we will be looking at 2018-19 to 2021-22. And then finally, the last impact is the part of the SOA that says if a school has had a level 2 or level 3 in an indicator for 4 consecutive years, that school then becomes a level 3 in that indicator. Again, we're suggesting that we will skip the 1920 and 2021 school years for the purpose of counting that consecutive years of being at a particular level. So, Mr. Gecker, I'll stop there and see if there are questions about that part before I move on to growth.
Okay. Dr. Paxton.
Just for clarity, on slide 4, you mentioned the 2022 cohort. Yes, significant opportunities in their second and third year of high school to participate in this. The students earn this throughout second, third, and fourth. Is that correct? So moving it 1 year, looking at slide 7, they are still missing the cohort 2023 group who still have had disruption until their year 2.
In their second year.
So they still are not getting full, but just not as bad. But those having just that year 3 and year 4 is sufficient in your.
We believe it is.
Any other questions?
Okay, so the other impact on accreditation is the changes to the growth measures. And we talked about this a bit yesterday in the SOA committee. And the next slide provides the background on this. This is, we had legislative action in the 2021 General Assembly that requires the implementation of through-year growth assessments in reading and math in grades 3 through 8. And this is legislation that is phased in. In 21-22, we will have a new fall growth assessment in grades 3 through 8 reading and math. And then in 2022-23, we will add a winter assessment. So in 21-22, just fall and the regularly occurring spring SOL assessment. And then in 22-23, we'll add the winter assessment. The next slide includes just the legislative language. I know some of you like to actually see the code citation, and the red text is the new language. In the following slides, we provide a little more detail about the implementation of the growth assessments in 21-22. Obviously, the fall of 21 is fast approaching, so we've been working hard to create assessments that can be used for this purpose. So we are creating shorter computer adaptive tests for this purpose. They will include items that measure our standards of learning. And these tests will be available to school divisions to administer to students beginning at the 23rd of August. So it is something that will be available very quickly. For this year, the assessments will be based on the content from the student's previous grade level. So if we think about a fall fourth grader, the assessment that fall fourth grader would take would be based on third grade content. The thought is, given the unusual circumstances we had in 2020, 2021, looking at assessments based on the previous year content would give us a good indicator of unfinished learning from 2020 to 2021. And then in the spring, the assessments, as I said earlier, will be the normally occurring computer adaptive assessments based on the current year content. The timeline for implementation is on the next slide. Again, this is another code citation, just reiterating that we'll have full implementation in 22-23. You'll also notice that the legislation does speak to the use of off-grade level items as we are able to implement those, and that is something we're looking at implementing in the out years. The following slide, there is information about the impact on the measurement of growth in school accreditation. This legislation did require that you include the measurement of growth with these assessments in school accreditation, and that it become an integral part of accreditation in grades 3 through 8. The next slide talks about your authority to approve the growth measure. As you remember, when we revised the SOA in 2017, you approved the growth measure where we were looking at spring to spring growth. We will now be asking you to also approve the use of this within-year growth measure. The next slide reminds you of where growth is used. It is used in all of our achievement indicators, both overall achievement and also the achievement gaps in English and math. And then the next slide actually provides you with an example of what this looks like. This is a familiar graphic to you all. It just explains that in our current accreditation system, growth counts just the same as passing. So if a student shows growth on the reading or the mathematics tests, even though they have failed, they count positively towards that school's accreditation. So the next slide provides information about how we will look at growth for 2021, 2022. We will compare the spring 22 SOL scores to both the spring 21 SOL scores if the student took the test in the spring of 21, and also compare the spring 22 scores to the fall 21 scores. And for 2021, 2022 only, we will choose the best of those two. So whichever comparison showed the greater growth is what will be used in accreditation. In 2022 and 2023 and beyond, we will then have, of course, the 3 assessments, fall, winter, and spring. And we will come back to you at a later time with decisions about how we will measure growth once we have the 3 assessments in place. The next slide talks about the methodology. Because the fall assessments will measure the previous year's content, again, a fourth grader will be taking a test that measures third grade content. We can continue to use the same methodology we have used in the past, where we're looking at changes from one year to the next. So in past years, if we have a fourth grader, we've looked at that spring fourth grade score, looked back at the third grade score, and compared. So because the fall test will measure that same previous grade year's content, we can use the same methodology. The difference will be we will report on the vertical scale instead of the 0 to 600 scale that we have been reporting on in the past. And the next slide provides you with just a reminder of what that vertical scale looks like. I know you all have seen this a number of times. It's a scale that combines all of the tests from grade 3 to grade 8 instead of the scale that's within grade level. Again, we'll come back to you at a later date to have you make some decisions about growth in 2022, 23, and beyond. And then finally, the board action, you will be asked to approve the use of the current growth methodology for 2021, 2022, so that we will use really a pick best scenario, asking you to look at allowing either the spring 21 to spring 22 or fall 21 to spring 22. Mr. Gecker, this is on first review, so we are asking the board to receive this item on first review, and we'll come back to you in July.
Great. Thank you very much. Very clear. So I appreciate that a lot. Any questions before we accept this on first review?
I'd just like to make a comment.
Please, Dr. Robertson.
It's just remarkable to see how we're navigating. And doesn't Shelley Loving Ryder inspire confidence with her calm and clarity and can-do attitude? Thank you all. Congratulations on this navigation.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Anybody else?
Just one
Yeah.
thing I could, thank you very much for your presentation. I have a question moving forward into the year 2 with the fall, the winter, and the spring testing. What is the plan moving forward for setting for the pacing guide and for the divisions to follow so that we're all on the same page?
And so when we began talking about the inclusion of fall and winter assessments, there was some concern that we would need a statewide pacing guide, particularly in mathematics, thinking that we might want to identify certain content that would be taught in the fall and the winter. We're looking at a different methodology at this point so that there will not be specific content that will be assessed in the fall and winter. Instead, there will be we will look at the blueprint as it is a shortened blueprint so that there will be shortened tests, but they will cover potential content from across the year. So there will not be a need for a pacing guide.
I'll just add to that. Keep in mind the more that the further we go along this project with the second year, obviously focus on adding the winter assessment, but also the algorithm switch that allows us to go off grade level. And then the following year where we stretch beyond even the grade levels 3 through 8 with the type of items that we ask. I think the pacing issue even becomes less necessary in that the assessments will tailor to what the students know and are able to do rather than, a specific moment in time content thought. And so the longer we do this project, the less concerned about that I am. But in my discussions with Shelley and our discussions with individuals like VACD, we've heard pretty loud and clear that people don't want us to mandate a statewide pacing guide. And so we're going to continue to design the assessment such that that's not necessary.
And Mr. Gecker, obviously this is on the fast track. I mean, we're developing an assessment that we're going to administer in August. So if with your permission and with Dr. Lane's permission, we'll certainly come back and update you on a regular basis.
That's great. Thank you. Ms. Holton.
Thank you. great work. I'm thrilled that we're now going to have genuine growth measures, including in third grade.
It's been a long time. I know you've been waiting.
And I know you've been hard at work, and all the work you've done before this legislation has enabled you to be able, us to be able to respond quickly to this new legislative mandate. I think I know the answer to this based on what you've done, based on where we were before, but just clarifying, will the results of these shortened versions of assessments given in fall and winter be quickly back to the teachers so that they can actually serve as a genuine, useful growth tool, growth assessment tool?
I am pleased to report that the results will be available almost immediately, but certainly within 24 hours.
So,
and we are actually looking at some different ways of reporting information that we hope will be even more useful to teachers.
Excellent.
Dr. Mann.
Yeah, I said a wow on that because it just takes formative assessment for full idea that we are understanding the importance of having access to good information to calibrate approaches to support student learning and success. That is a phenomenal development to see.
Okay, anybody else?
If not, I guess we will accept this on first review with thanks, and we'll see you in July.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If I could just make a comment before Shelley, as Shelley walks off maybe. Stuart talked about the calm demeanor. I think I have to just say a huge thank you to her and Sarah and everyone on the assessment team. Behind the scenes, it looks like a lot of scurrying going on because there's a lot of work going on. Not in a bad way, but just everybody's working really hard and really fast. So I just wanted to thank you and your team.
Thank you very much.
Because it's going to take a lot to get this done by the fall.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Hollins. First review of revisions to the model guidance for positive behavior and preventative code of student conduct policy and alternatives to suspension.
Thank you so much, President Gecker. My name is Dr. Samantha Hollins, and I'm the Assistant Superintendent for Special Education and Student Services. And today it seems that I'm your closer, so very happy to be with you all in person. President Gecker, Vice President Wilson, board members, and Dr. Lane, it's my pleasure to bring before you for first review an update to the department's model guidance document. As you can see from your boilerplate, there is a substantial amount of information that is included here as part of this update. Not only have we had some time to have a first initial run of this guidance with school divisions, receive some very valuable stakeholder input from divisions themselves, but also an array of professional organizations and stakeholders. We also have 2 years worth of legislative updates to make to this document. And so knowing that there's quite a lot of content here, staff has attempted to organize this in a way that's meaningful. And so to take each piece of this legislation, as well as breaking it up in a table format so that you can really see the legislation, the pages of the model guidance that it impacts, and then the results of those changes, how we're updating information, taking additional information into consideration, and I think really capitalizing off some time to work with a wide variety of folks to make sure that this model guidance document continues to evolve and be appropriate and extremely useful for our local school divisions. I do want to give a special shout out to quite a few folks who helped to assist us in this development and review process. Not only staff across multiple offices in the Department of Education, along with particularly leadership in my department from the Office of Student Services, but we also were pleased to work with the Virginia Tiered Systems of Support, Behavior Research Implementation Center, the Virginia School Board Association, the Virginia Student Supports and Conduct Committee, as well as the Office of Equity, the Office of Data Services, and the Office of Policy within the department. I'd be more than happy to answer any specific questions or address any concerns that you have. At this point, though, I would like to bring this before you and share with you the superintendent's recommendation, which is to receive this for first review. I also want to share that in conversations with Dr. Lane, we did want to put before you that there is consideration for waiving first review of this document. If that is something you feel comfortable with, we do think that might be an additional boost to staff to make sure that we can communicate these changes and updates directly with school divisions to make sure they are well informed, well trained, and we've had an opportunity to answer any questions they may have as they prepare for the 21-22 school year. So I'll offer that note for your consideration, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? I will say again that my copy of the agenda item has a request for waiver of first review.
Even better, President
No,
Gecker, you've
well, I'm not saying I want to do that. I'm just saying
anticipated
that, it'd be helpful if we can start getting the written in sync with what's being asked at the podium too. Just,
Absolutely. And we are on the same page, I assure you.
okay, any comments?
Just as to the waiver of first review, while I'm all for moving things along as quickly as we can, and even though this is in the spirit of implementing legislative mandates, I do think there's enough content here that I would like to make sure that the field has had an opportunity to respond to it, and recognizing the field has been distracted by a few bazillion things recently. I would be inclined not to waive first review on this unless colleagues feel otherwise.
I will say I'm not inclined to do it either. There's a couple of reasons. One is comments from the field. And two, honestly, we get fairly complicated documents coming to us. It is often very helpful to then hear the presentation, to be able to put the proposed changes in context or perhaps a different context, and at the same meeting hear the responses of other board members, again, to be able to help calibrate, what we think ought to happen individually. So there are enough changes here that I personally would not want to and would not actually support moving this forward on, today, and would like instead to receive it on first review. Are there any, substantive comments on this or questions for Dr. Hollins?
President Gecker.
Please, Dr. Wilson.
Looking at page 11. Page 11, there's an addition of a couple of sentences, actually one or two sentences there. The culture of American schools. You see where I am, Dr. Hollins?
I do not
Sorry.
have that. No, you're fine. Please continue with your remarks. I'll make sure.
My observation, I guess, is that maybe it's a question. Can you talk a little bit about our goal for including those more expansive comments around the demographic of students and what we believe the addition of those sentences does for the document and does for our ability through this guidance document to serve students? I want to make sure I understand, kind of why we felt the need to amplify in this particular way.
Absolutely. I really appreciate that question. That was part of a section that was updated in collaboration with our Office of Equity and Community Engagement to align with the framework for equity that we've been sharing through multiple initiatives, not only through state training and guidance, but also this overarching concept of ensuring that the conversation we're having about student behavior, student discipline, as well as cultural competency are really being woven together as such that our educators pre-service are being educated. They're having access to professional development resources and supports around cultural competency and service. And then that is being translated into really the outcomes we've seen for students. Some of those topics that I know you all have been very engaged with and very attentive to, such as disproportionality and discipline. And so you'll see that through many of the updates to language, titles, headers, organization has really been in a way to weave that work together in this document and to really not make it about discipline per se, but really about a preventative code of student conduct that's focused on positive behavior supports and interventions. I hope that's helpful. I'm happy to follow up with more specificity.
Yeah, so the explanation is helpful and I appreciate that. I guess I just want to make sure that, and hearing, and certainly I would have suspected that the language is aligned to the work of the Office of Equity. I'd want to think more, personally, I'd want to think a little bit more about how that language resonates and captures our intent and enables the work in the most effective way. So I want to think a little bit more about that. And, I do need to spend some more time with that and may have then subsequent questions for you.
Absolutely. I really appreciate that. And I want to assure the board members that this is a quite voluminous and comprehensive document. And so I definitely understand wanting to take the time to review it thoroughly. And quite frankly, with some of the initiatives you've heard very recently, I think it might be a nice juxtaposition for your review. So I know I speak for Emily and myself that we'll be happy to bring this back on the radar for second review, but also please let us know if there are any specific areas or information you'd like to hear more or more in-depth comment about, and we'll be sure to prepare that as part of our remarks. May I ask another question?
Please, of course, yeah.
So, and this may be a question too for Dr. Lane, so maybe you guys tag team. Dr. Hollins, one of the things you suggested was that by moving this through on a first review, it would give our school divisions additional time. So talk about the flip side of that. So certainly the department is prepared to take this on first review, but what do you see as the unintended consequence then if we don't move this forward today for folks in the field?
I think that's a great point. I'll let Dr. Lane weigh in, but just briefly, I want to say that I don't think it will create anything beyond an additional delay. As I stated, this document has been out.
Right.
It's been about, we've received quite a bunch of stakeholder feedback, as you can see from the boilerplate here already. So I think it would simply continue that conversation. And I do feel assured, and I'll let Dr. Lane comment on this, that our divisions are aware of this. They've been working with this document for the last 2 years. And so these updates, I think, are well timed. But my office and department are also very committed to making sure that we're rolling out support to divisions now, as well as we encroach a little bit closer to the start of the school year. Dr. Lane?
I was going to say, I don't see any major impact to delaying another month into July. Certainly, there are school divisions that put their principals through training on the code of conduct, and I think being able to reflect from a draft will be good. But in fairness, not everyone follows what's going through the board, and they only get it when it comes out in memo.
imagine.
And so some may get the memo after they've done the training, but I think we're okay there. And as it relates to page 11, I'm not sure that the strike through is the strike through. I'm not sure that what's written improves what was in the strike through. So I think we could go back to the original language if that's.
Well, and I'm certainly not suggesting that the proposed language shouldn't be there. I'm simply saying I'd like to have a bit more time to think about how the language, either existing or proposed, enables the work that we're trying to accomplish to go forward.
And part of my thinking, as I've reflected on that language, is this is really about just quickly moving into place some of the legislative requirements. Let's say that's not what this does. And so maybe that's something we could debate for later, but let's focus on the legislative requirements.
Okay, anybody else? If not, we are happy to accept this on first review. Thank you.
My pleasure. And I will remain with you for the next item. It's my pleasure to have the co-chairs of the State Special Education Advisory join me at the table beside me. You all know it's always a high point in my year when I'm able to share with you the work of our State Special Education Advisory Committee, or as I lovingly refer to them, our State SEAC. It is truly a joy to have an opportunity to collaborate, communicate directly with parents, with advocates, with local school division staff, and many of our agency partners, all with a focus on improving outcomes for students with disabilities. And we were reminiscing this morning with the secretary that the last time we were together in person was on that fateful Friday the 13th in March when I rushed in late to give an update on COVID. So as always, impeccable timing from the State Special Education Advisory Committee. I'm going to turn the mic over to our two co-chairs and have them introduce themselves and walk you through a presentation of their work over the past year.
Thank you, Dr. Hollins. Good morning, President Gecker, Dr. Lane, Vice President Wilson, and honorable members of the board. It is my pleasure to join you all in person this morning. Alongside my esteemed colleague, Jill Sowers, I am Christine Jermeyer, your chair for the State Special Education Advisory Committee. And we bring you the annual report for July 2020 through June of 2021. Okay. So the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act requires that each state establish and maintain a state advisory panel for the purpose of providing policy guidance with respect to special education and related services for children with disabilities in the state. In Virginia, the panel is known as the State Special Education Advisory Committee, or State SEAC. And we advise the Virginia Department of Education and the Virginia Board of Education of the unmet needs serving students with disabilities. IDEA clearly states that our role is in an advisory capacity only. We rely on reporting data, input from citizens, constituency groups, and 23 stakeholders from across the Commonwealth, which is comprised of teachers, related service providers, state agency representatives, administrators, parents, and people with disabilities, all working collaboratively with the Virginia Department of Education. We have 5 subcommittees that include family engagement and community outreach, policy and regulations, student achievement and student outcomes, nominating, and executive. And like so many, all of our meetings this past year were held virtually.
During each SEAC meeting, there is time set aside to hear public comment and for committee members to report on activities and issues from their constituency groups. Public comment and constituency reports are taken into consideration when constructing recommendations. The annual report that you have includes a full list of these topics. What is provided on the slide here are the common themes between the public comment and the constituency reports. And you can see we have in-person and virtual learning, systemic racism and discrimination, equity education for all students, free and appropriate public education, development of the IEPs during COVID, Virginia Alternative Assessment Program waivers, and teacher retention.
At each of our virtual meetings included regulatory presentations and requests that were made by the committee. The presentations, public comments, and constituency reports drove the subcommittee discussions. The committee talked a great deal about the importance of parent engagement, in-person learning, equity, and inclusion. The Joint Legislative Audit and Review Commission reports amplified the findings of the state SEAC, and they offered recommendations to address the needs. The Virginia Department of Education has moved expeditiously in its efforts to improve the delivery of services to students with disabilities.
The state SEAC wants to acknowledge the carefully planned measures taken by both the Virginia Board of Education and the Virginia Department of Education as schools provided education both virtually and in person when appropriate and safe to do so. This certainly has been a very challenging year, but it also has been an opportunity to recognize and evaluate the feasibility of some innovative and creative teaching and learning that expands beyond the traditional classroom. During this time, the Virginia Department of Education staff has been diligent in providing pertinent updates as well as a wide range of information and resources so that families and school staff remained informed about the next steps along the way, particularly for those students with disabilities. State SEAC would also like to recognize and thank the Assistant Superintendent of Special Education and Student Services, Dr. Samantha Hollins, and her team for keeping children with disabilities a priority throughout the year. Additionally, we would like to commend the Virginia Board of Education and the Virginia Department of Education on following accomplishments of this past administrative year. Listed on the screen is just a sample of those, a long sample of those endeavors, but a complete list is included in your annual report with hyperlinks to take you right to those resources.
So throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, school divisions experienced massive disruption to traditional education. There were openings, closings, hybrid learning, and many other modalities of instruction implemented. As instruction and learning continues through the summer and into the fall, there are considerations that need to be addressed. In many cases, parents are often unable to provide supervision during the workday. Parents of students were and are often faced to provide support with challenging behaviors and therapies. Delivery of special instruction was severely compromised in the virtual environment for many students, widening the gap significantly between general education and students with disabilities. There has been a negative impact on students' social, emotional, and mental health throughout the pandemic. Students with disabilities must remain a priority as schools execute their plans for remediation, recovery, extended learning, and enrichment over the summer and in approaching instruction in the new school year. Based on the above observations, public comments, reports from members representing their constituency groups, and other information presented to the committee, the state SEAC makes the following recommendations. First, continue efforts to address the teacher, staff, and other professional support shortages by adopting recent JLARC recommendations, such as subsidized tuition, scholarship loan programs, targeted monetary incentives, forgiveness programs, and mentorships. In addition, change the structure of grant awards for students enrolled in the teacher preparation program courses to be awarded in early summer to ensure students can pay for the course or plan for reimbursement. Second, provide support that aligns with the Virginia Department of Education's report to the General Assembly on a statewide social emotional learning program. The program will provide local school divisions with additional funding, resources, and supports to further promote social emotional learning and enhance connections for students and families created through existing initiatives that are equitable. For example, funds to support implementation of the standards and to support curriculum and assessments, grants and partnerships between community mental health providers, local school divisions, school-based mental health programs and personnel, Virginia tiered systems of supports, trauma-informed care, and promoting behavioral health redesign. Development in these services should focus on ensuring that all students and families can access them in person or through virtual learning and alternatives.
Third, prioritize VDOE's effort and reinforcement of training to improve knowledge and skills of administrators and general education teachers to effectively participate in IEPs, that process, and understand their role. Fourth, support VDOE as they progress with working with LEAs to implement change to the Applied Studies Diploma and related curriculum and resources. Then, once completed, ensure parents understand its future implications. Fifth, strengthening the importance of the need for the LEAs to provide timely and appropriate informed consent for the Virginia Alternative Assessment Program and its impact on students' future education path and post-secondary outcomes that is well documented at the annual IP meeting, beginning as early as a child is identified as having a disability. Emphasis should be focused on verifying that the parent understands the implication of these choices and the criteria to qualify for the VAP are clearly met. And sixth, support VDOE in the development of regional support structures for post-secondary transition and urge local school boards to hold schools accountable for their active participation, which would include creating effective transition plans and the delivery of transition services for students with disabilities.
The state SEAC appreciates the opportunity to present these recommendations. We recognize the COVID-19 pandemic continues to be a strain on everyone. It is our hope that the Virginia Board of Education will keep students with disabilities a priority by considering and implementing the recommendations as deemed appropriate and without delay. And we look forward to working alongside the Virginia Department of Education and the Virginia Board of Education to improve outcomes for students with disabilities in the Commonwealth. We thank you for your time and for the opportunity to make this presentation in person. And we are happy to receive any questions you might have. But if I may, I would like to express my personal appreciation for actions you took a few years ago when you allowed American Sign Language to become an approved world language credit, as it opened the door for my son, an individual with a disability, to graduate with an advanced studies diploma from Frederick County Public Schools. So, I apologize.
No, don't apologize. First, on behalf of the board, let me thank both of you for being with us and taking the time to be here with us today. It needs to get to be long meetings, and I know y'all have been sitting there for a while, but I hope you think it was worth the wait. We certainly do. And really thank you for your service, both to SEAC, to the Commonwealth, and to our children. You know, We have talked many times on this board about and continue to speak about our desire to improve outcomes for every child in the Commonwealth, and your work toward that goal is very much appreciated. With that, I would like to see if any members of the board have any comments or questions. I'm looking at Ms. Holton because I know.
Well, I just first wanted to say how much we appreciate hearing from you all every year, but especially this year, and how our hearts and minds have been on our special ed parents and students and educators, especially this year. As hard as COVID has been on everybody, we realize it's only been that much harder for you and your children and your families, and so our hearts are with you. And so especially thank you for continuing the good work of the State SEAC in this difficult year. I am grateful for you all helping hold our feet and the department's feet to the fire on our continuing need for improvement in special education. And the JLARC report really helped focus our minds, and you all are going to continue to help us stay focused. So thank you.
Yeah, please.
I would like to thank you for coming today and sharing with us and pointing out the special education teachers across the state who have really put in time, extra energy and effort into providing for special education children. And even though in the crisis of the pandemic, there have been many more meaningful stories that come out of this, especially in my area with some special needs children who have been doing very well for the support of these other teachers. So thank you very much for coming out.
Just making sure. Thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we move on to discussion of current issues. Dr. Lane, anything?
Thank you, Mr. Gecker. As today is the last day of school in many school divisions around the Commonwealth and others have ended, I just wanted to take a moment to thank all of our educators for what has been an interesting year, if not unprecedented, and really have a lot of optimism about where we go from here with what's happening in the summer, especially with the resources that we've gotten from the federal government, and in the fall with the legislation that's going to require in-person opening for our students. My own children, I think, get out of school in 5 minutes, and so it'll feel like summer break for at least 2 members of my family in just a moment. Again, want to thank the board for helping us navigate all this. Even with the assessment item today and everything, you can see there's just been a lot of really nuanced policy that had to happen. And I've joked from time to time that when schools closed in March of 2020, we basically deregulated education in a matter of 2 weeks. And now we'll be putting a lot of that back into place. And, we have committed to not issuing waivers that are unnecessary, and we'll continue to work with you on that. So I don't have much, but again, just to thank you to the board, to our superintendents, to our principals, to our teachers, to all of our staff members. I hope that Monday begins a new era for us. And I hope that we continue what we learned that was innovative, which I define as newer and better, not just newer. And that we eliminate the practices that we learned were no longer necessary or harmful to our students.
Okay, thank you. Any board members have any items?
President, I would like to point out the newly appointed members of the advisory committees and congratulate them and thank them for their service. There's one person from Region 7 that's on the list, and I want to make sure she's received a little shout.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Anybody else? James, I don't know if there are any items that come back to us once the state of emergency ends, but if there are, perhaps we could get a quick list of those. I know you had, you took over, quite a bit of things through the legislative action for the state of emergency. And it might be good to give the board an understanding of what the end of the state of emergency, which right now I take it is set to expire on June 30, what that means to us.
Thanks, Mr. Gecker. Yes, I think there will be an opportunity for us to brief you on, which waivers are expiring in the such in July. I think we're partly waiting just to make sure that everything expires on June 30th, or whether there's
Right.
not new orders in place or something like that. But we'll be happy to bring that back next month.
Okay, and with that, I guess we will take a quick break. Let me ask, is Nancy, Ms. Walsh here?
She's here. She's just.
Okay. Are we prepared to do executive session now?
Yes.
Okay, so people, that's fine.
Yeah, you can take a break, but.
Yeah,
we'll go right
what
into
I'd like to do,
executive
because we're going to lose some people at noon, is take a 10-minute break, be back at 12:05, and go into executive session at that time. So we are on break. Thank you. Thanks, Jamal.
Sorry to cut out.
No, no, that's all right. Thank you.
Discussion and consideration of records relating to denial, suspension, or revocation of Virginia licenses, and that Susan Williams, legal counsel to the Virginia Board of Education, as well as staff members Dr. James Lane, Kevin Foster, Nancy Walsh, China Kish, Emily Webb, and Tim Nuthall, whose presence will aid in the board's consideration of this matter, participate in the closed meeting.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Robertson. By roll call, Dr. Mann. Dr. Davis-Vaught. Ms. Holton.
Aye.
Dr. Robertson.
Aye.
And I vote aye. We will now move into executive session.
Convene today in a closed meeting pursuant to a recorded vote on the prior motion and in accordance with the Freedom of Information Act, Section 2.2, 3712 of the Code of Virginia requires that the board certify that, to the best of each member's knowledge, one, only public business matters lawfully exempt from open meeting requirements under this chapter, and two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered. Any member who believes there was a departure from these requirements shall so state prior to the vote, including the substance of the departure that in his or her judgment has taken place. The statement of the departure will be recorded in minutes.
Okay, we have to certify the closed session. We now have the appropriate recitation. We'll do that by voice vote. Dr. Mann?
Aye.
Dr. Davis-Vaught?
Aye.
Ms. Holton?
Aye.
Dr. Robertson?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, the chair will entertain a motion to revoke the license of Norman Michael Aitchen.
So moved.
Thank you, Dr. Robertson. Is there a second?
Second.
Again, thank you, Dr. Davis-Vaught. Dr. Mann?
Aye.
Dr. Davis-Vaught?
Aye.
Ms. Holton?
Aye.
Dr. Robertson?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Chair will entertain a motion to revoke the license of Mark Allen Taylor.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Mann. And again, by voice, by roll call, Dr. Mann?
Aye.
Dr. Davis-Vaught?
Aye.
Ms. Holton?
Aye.
Dr. Robertson?
Aye.
Chair votes aye also. I will entertain a motion to deny a license reinstatement to Alawal Addison Messina. Excuse me. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Dr. Davis-Vaught. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Mann. Dr. Mann?
Aye.
Dr. Davis-Vaught?
Aye.
Ms. Holton?
Aye.
Dr. Robertson?
Aye.
Okay, and for the record, case number 3 for today was withdrawn. I think that concludes the business of the board today. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for the work that you do, and we will see you all in July.